Sì, allora io parlo, prova, prova, test, prova, prova streaming, ok? Sì.
Sì, sì, monti un attimo sul palco e poi si mandi il loop fino all'inizio. Test, 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 ottimo, 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 1, 2, 3, test, buon, chiudiamo.
presentation of a State of the Union organized by the European University Institute here in Florence. My name is Juho Härkönen. I'm a professor of sociology and director of Max Weber program here at the EUI. It's my pleasure to introduce you to our panel on demographic change and growing population diversity in Europe. With us here we have four distinguished panelists, and I'd first like to introduce you to Vice President Dubravka Šuica, who is Vice President of the European Commission for Democracy and Demography. Then we have Professor Katharina Spies, who is Director of the Federal Institute for Population Research in Germany, Francesco Billari, Professor of Demography and Dean at Bocconi University, and Raja Motarak, Professor of Demography at the University of Bologna. I'd also like to welcome everyone joining online and remind you that you can post questions on our chat online, and I'd also like you to answer the small poll that we have on the demography of Europe online. But without further ado, I'd first like to ask Vice President Šuica to give her opening statement about the priorities and policies that the European Commission is considering regarding population change. Please.
Thank you very much. Good morning to everybody. Sorry for being late because Undersecretary Amendola was long. So thank you very much for this invitation. And I want to start with demography and to say that demographic change is nothing new, but we are increasingly realizing its importance and relevance both in the European Union and globally. Within the European Union, this change significantly affects all aspects of our lives, as all of us know. Our economy, our social and employment policies, public finances, and territorial cohesion. Demographic change has a significant impact on the European Union's geopolitical outlook and its position in the world. Population trends and economic share play an important role in the global power structures. As Europe's nations become smaller and less economically powerful, the need for the European Union to use all of its collective weight is all the more vital. We must take care to appropriately factor developments in the Union itself, but also in our neighborhood, where trends can move in various directions. The Kremlin's aggression has triggered a sizable flow of people fleeing a war from Ukraine, numbering 5 million refugees, as all of you know, and all of you follow what's going on. We do not know yet how the conflict will play out. We do not know whether Ukrainian refugees will stay or return home. But these events impact our own demographic trends, so we must monitor closely and be ready to respond to the changed landscape. For policymakers, the breadth and depth of demographic change brings both challenges and opportunities. This is why the European Commission ensures that demographic concerns are integrated into the development of our policies right across the board. Internally, we must face the fact that the European Union is aging. While it is true that from the year 2000 to 2019, the population grew steadily. This is explained mainly by migration. On the other hand, the share of people aged 80 and over has gone from 3% to 6% in the last 20 years. This is opportunity. The median age has increased from 38 years to 44 in the same period. In addition, this is a challenge. In the same period. In addition, demographic change affects urban and rural areas differently. Rural regions are more likely to experience population decline. Therefore, there can be no one-size-fits-all approach. To address these issues, at the very start of the mandate, we kicked off our work on demography with a report on the impact of demographic change. It was the first of its kind and laid the foundation for the Green Paper on Aging itself, and the origin of our ongoing work on care, for ongoing long-term vision for rural areas, and for our upcoming communication on brain drain and mitigating population decline. Since the launch of the report, we have faced a number of new challenges, and it's time for an update because events are impacting the demographic profile of our villages, regions, and our member states. We plan to publish the update of this 2020 report in the second half of this year. It will re-examine the trends we had identified and the impacts we had anticipated under the new light of Brexit, COVID, and the war in Ukraine. It will assess how these have impacted the demographic landscapes of European territories. Tackling the impact of demographic change is ultimately about ensuring that nowhere and no one is left behind. This very real sensation can lead to a loss of faith in democracy and democratic institutions. We are all aware of the challenges facing democracy in the European Union and also globally. Just last weekend, as co-chair of the Conference on the Future of Europe, I was privileged to receive the proposals of the conference plenary, which were based on the extensive work done by citizens. They are asking policymakers at the European level to follow up on a number of critical issues. Crucially, one of these proposals emphasizes demographic change. For citizens, addressing this issue is, and I quote, a critical ingredient of Europe's overall resilience. Citizens call on the European Union institutions to ensure support to people throughout the entire life cycle and to aim at all generations. I informed citizens that I'm sparing no effort to deliver, given that addressing demographic change effectively underpins all the other priorities for the future of the European Union. Without such an approach, our efforts to implement our priorities under the Green Deal and the digital transition cannot be impactful. We must address the megatrend of aging that is impacting our entire continent. An aging population and a decreasing working age population has significant consequences for our society and economy. According to our 2021 aging report, the total population in the Union is expected to shrink by about 5% up to 2070. In addition, the old age dependency ratio is set to increase. As mentioned, in order to build on the debate launched under the Green Paper on Aging, we are preparing a care package, which will be a key pillar in addressing aging in the European Union. For the first time, we will create a framework to address care in all stages of life at the European level. We plan to adopt the care package after the summer. I want to be clear here. Care concerns everyone. Every generation, from the very young to the older people. It is an essential feature of our life cycle. We all provide care, and we all receive care at some point, at various points in our lives. We may need or even provide care as a child, an older person, a friend. Many of us assume roles as carers in our families, communities, and as professionals. But let us not refer to those in need of care as dependents. We can all live more independently if given access to the right care services. The number of people potentially in need of long-term care in the Union will rise substantially, from 30 million in 2019 to almost 40 million in 2050. This will lead to a drastic increase in demand for long-term care services. A European care strategy lies at the heart of our work in addressing demographic change along the life cycle. We must not lose sight of a remarkable development. Never before have so many Europeans been enjoying such long and healthy lives. We all agree that the pandemic has strongly affected our long-term and childcare systems, their users, and their providers. Indeed, the pandemic shed a light on the problems that had been existing for quite some time beforehand with regards to availability, access, quality of care, and workforce. But there are also significant opportunities to grasp. I think about job potential, innovation, and new technologies. The cross-cutting nature of care is one of the reasons why I'm working on care with two of my colleagues, Commissioners Nicola Schmid and Helena Dalli. This new European care strategy is designed to support people in finding the best care and best life balance for them. This shows our commitment to support those in need of care as well as those who provide it. We cannot have a robust care strategy without looking at both. Of the 6 million people currently employed as care workers, 90% of them are women, many of them with a migrant background. On top of that, women also provide the bulk of informal care. The initiative will take the form of Commission communication accompanied by a proposal for a Council recommendation on the revision of the Barcelona targets on early childhood education and childcare. With this, we aim to further enhance women's labor market participation. We also work to ensure further convergence among member states to facilitate increased participation of children in early childhood education and care. Furthermore, a proposal for a Council recommendation on access to affordable, high-quality long-term care will also be part of the care strategy. The initiative will address the generations of today and tomorrow. It will also highlight the social and economic value of care. Quite simply, we need to care about caring. I spent some time to explain this care package because figures from 20 to 40 million show that we have to take care about this long-term care and also childcare, as I said. As I already mentioned, demography is important in the global context. On the 27th of April, the Commission proposed a sustainable legal migration policy. While this policy addresses current challenges, the Commission is exploring 3 areas of action with a focus on forward-looking policies for the medium to long term: care, youth, and innovation. On the other hand, net emigration of skilled workers unevenly affects member states and regions. Demographic transition, especially depopulation and aging, is most visible in rural areas where it impacts socioeconomic growth, quality of life, and the ability of these regions to build an attractive future. The rural working age population is shrinking. The mobility of young people is an issue because the best and brightest are the ones who are most likely to leave. These demographic trends, coupled with a low level of digitalization, are leading to brain drain. We are planning to adopt a Commission communication on brain drain and population decline by the end of this year. It will analyze the extent, territorial focus, and dynamics of brain drain and ensure that the benefits of the single market are shared by all. Its scope covers all dimensions of brain drain at all levels of governance. We look at good practices to mitigate effects with a focus on promoting brain circulation and brain gain. We launched the public consultation on the 29th of March. I would invite you to contribute to this consultation before the deadline of 21st of June. The contribution of the European University Institute would be highly appreciated given your research in this area. I take this opportunity to propose to jointly organize a seminar on this subject to enrich our work and give further visibility to this crucial policy challenge. Later on, I will have bilateral with the President, and I will propose this to him. And there is another important topic where I would also like you to contribute, that of loneliness. We will organize an interdisciplinary dialogue and best practices conference on loneliness and social isolation in 2023 because research shows that loneliness has harmful repercussions on mental and physical health, on social cohesion, and community trust. And to conclude, dear ladies and gentlemen, it has been my pleasure to share our work on addressing demographic change with you. We are all working on demographic change in a particular context. We need to reflect and consider our position in the world. The European Union's share of the world population is diminishing. As I already said, demographic information is valuable when reflecting on how to forge our way forward in a changing world. There is much for us to reflect on, but together. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vice President, for this very comprehensive and interesting talk. The Vice President identified the megatrend of aging, which is in many ways a slow process and in many ways rather predictable one as well. But Professor Biller, you've recently written about population change that can happen fast. Maybe can you tell us a bit more about that, when population change happens fast and how societies can adapt? Can societies try to boost fertility, for example?
Thank you very much, and thanks for inviting me here, Basically, as the Vice President clearly expressed, we face demographic challenges in the long run. Some of them are predictable, like population aging, and Europe is at the forefront of population aging. We know this is a challenge, usually portrayed as the big mega trend and the big problem, challenge of our society, and we have to adapt and create this as an opportunity. On the other hand, as we write a report, or the Commission writes a report, there is a need to update the report very soon. So this means that demographic change can also happen fast. And the topics that the Vice President has mentioned, like consequences of political change, Brexit, war in Ukraine, COVID, are examples of fast population change, mostly around migration and, let's say, often we thought it was no longer around health, but unfortunately COVID and maybe the war are bringing health issues and mortality back to the forefront. For what concerns longer-term trends and another dimension of demography, fertility is an essential component of population change and a key determinant of population aging. So in terms of aging, fertility decisions, having children, have a long-term impact. In this conference, we talk about whether Europe is fit for the next generation. Of course, the next generation means that we have to generate, or someone has to generate the next generation, and this is about having children and becoming parents. What can we do to think about it? First of all, fertility is not a duty. It's the outcome of individual decisions. It's the outcome of when people feel well, when individuals and couples have a life perspective, because we don't bear children, we don't have children, but we become parents, and becoming a parent is basically an irreversible decision. A child is forever. So in terms of consequences, we need to understand that fertility will have consequences on population aging decades ahead, but it will come. In terms of why we need to address this issue, fertility is not only the way to generate the next generation, but it's a clear sign of well-being. So we need to think that in order to address fertility challenges, we need to address well-being challenges of individuals. And in particular, the combination between work and family, which is a lifelong challenge, is a crucial determinant. We cannot go back to a world in which one of the two, mostly the mother, stays home to take care for children, and we have children early. So this is something that data and research show is not coming back. We have to move and adapt to a world where we want to combine work and family desires for both partners, and we have lifelong ideas, maybe having kids a bit later, but having them. And so there is a bundle of policies that will help to combine work and family, will help gender equality at the same time. Unfortunately, there is no silver bullet, there is no specific policy. So policies will be a combination of child-oriented policies, early childhood education, making sure that work-family balance is also compatible with the development of children, the economic situation of family with children, and this is not about baby bonuses. So it's not something we can address at birth. It is a continuous support for families with children, which is a support for children. And services that will cover families and will support young children. It is funny how in some countries, talking about population aging, there is a very strong attention on supporting the elderly, which is fantastic. I'm thinking of discount on public transportation. For instance, in the country we are now in, clearly there is some support on 65 plus, which should be there. Unfortunately, the prices for transportation starts going up at age 12, which is a bit mysterious to me. Why aren't children until age 18 treated in a special way in many public policies? This is an example of a perspective in which we have to understand that having children is a lifelong commitment, and we want to support Europeans for demographic reasons and for well-being reasons. We have the research informing us. Most of these policies are national policies, but I'm grateful that the Commission set up this new portfolio, because then the EU can support national policies and inform our ways of thinking. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Migration is another theme that we often talk about when we discuss population change in Europe. And this is often spoken in terms of, in the context of humanitarian crisis, which we unfortunately are experiencing at the moment as well, or then economic differences between countries and regions. But increasingly we also hear about migration related to and induced by climate change, environmental change. And I know that Professor Mutarak, you have written about this. Can you tell us a bit more about what can we expect in Europe in the future of migration in Europe, but also to Europe due to environmental change, and how can we prepare for that?
Yes, well, migration is a hot topic, as we know, and when there are 3 points I want to make when we talk about demographic change and migration. When we think about when we want to inform the policy which is evidence-based, so climate-induced migration is one thing that the media often asks us. The second point I want to touch upon is about skills and also integration. So that's also one thing that we should cover. And the third one, it's sort of linked also with sustainability issues, because the economy is going to transform, and it would have implications of what type of skills do we need in the future. So back to your question on climate change-induced migration. So people often asked, would Europe be the place that received the mass migration of people that particularly coming from Africa, because these are one of the most vulnerable regions from the impact of climate change. And the evidence actually shows us that it's unlikely that this is going to be the case. And there are 2 reasons why this is not going to be the case. The first thing is climate change-induced migration, and migration in general tends to be the short distance. So people tend to move if they have to move to find alternative to their livelihood. So it's going to be somewhere close to their home, actually. So it's likely to be internal migration. And the second thing is moving is a costly process. So we actually found that those who move due to climate change, it's unlikely to be, it's not going to be the richest because they can adapt, and not going to be the poorest because they don't have the means to move. So it tends to be people with middle income, those from middle income countries or middle income household. So now actually the new type of debate that is going on is how to equip people with adaptive capacity that would help them to, if they want to move, but they cannot move because they have to adjust their livelihood. So how do we strengthen this adaptive capacity? Which would bring me to the second point I want to make about skills and integration. So we already touched upon sort of population aging, and it's an idea that has been floating around quite a lot about would migrant populations solve the issues of population aging in Europe. That's key thing that we have to consider, because we tend to this is based on the assumption that migrants are young. population, and they are going to be active in the labor market. But migrant population is actually the same as the average European, so those who are likely to be productive, to participate in the labor force participation would be those who are, tend to be those who are highly educated, so it's more of the skills migrant. So, the idea to address the issue of population, one thing that countries like Japan did is to increase female labor force participation. I think it's back to what Professor Billery was mentioning about how to support the family also, because women and men are going to be in the labor market, and how to balance in that. So migration is not going to solve the issues. It's not going to be the only way to solve the issue of population aging. And yeah, so that brings me also to the issue of integration. As I was saying, that migrants who going to participate in the labor force is likely to be those who have education, so we have to be inclusive in terms of integrating migrants into the mainstream educational system, health system, and the labor market system, and that would be the way to integrate. The integration models show us these are the key factors that would integrate those who are already here to be part of the European societies. And the third point I want to make is we know that Europe is trying to race towards the net zero carbon emissions by the year 2050. It's quite optimistic. But to do so, it means that we need a major transformation in terms of production and consumption. So this means the economies would transform. So for instance, people talk about circular economy, for instance, which is how to extend the life cycle of the product that we produce, things like repairing, recycling, but all of these activities would require a new skill set. And we also have to consider also what about people who work in the traditional energy industry? What are they going to do? So the kind of investment, I think not only for the migrant population, but also for the European population, we need to invest also in human capital to change the skill set that would be fit with the new type of economies. A slightly funny story also about, so Norway is now racing towards trying to be the major producer of sustainable battery for Europe. And they actually didn't have the skills, so now they're bringing in the huge Chinese migrants who working in this industry, so sustainable battery, and later on they would transfer the knowledge into Norway. So this is just to show that when we talk about migration, we have to think about the heterogeneity of the migrant population. So the education is different and so on. So I just want to drop the point that what we need is for people who collect the data on migration, we need to know. Typically, we talk about the number of migrants, but if we can, we want to know also the age and gender composition, education of migrants, and if we can, that would be helpful here.
Thank you very much. One of the themes that the Vice President highlighted were policies that are adapted and take into consideration life course. So that policies throughout the life course. And I know that Professor Spies, you have been very active in researching on this topic. So could you tell us a bit more about what you think are the priorities in terms of care and other policies over the life course that we should be considering?
Thank you very much. A really very important question. I would like to answer this question as a population researcher having done a lot of education research, because I think education is something extremely important if we talk about demographic change. First of all, I think if we talk about what is important for policies, it's important that they are targeted. You said there is no policy which fits for everybody. I would say policymakers should really target their investments to these groups who need it most. We in research, we have to deliver the results telling the politicians which groups need it most. And therefore, I think it's very important to look at different regions, but not only on regions, we have to look at different groups in the society, like migrant families, like low-educated families, and we have to look at different phases over the life course, because not each phase needs the same investment. So targeted is very important. Second, I think policymakers should really target the early years. I'm an education researcher. I know all the research telling us that the first years are really extremely important, and investments in the early years really pay off much higher than investments at a later stage. So early years investments are very, very efficient, and therefore I would say let's take one focus on the early years, and most important, address parents and children. This is also something what we know from research, that programs who address both, not only the parents and not only the parents, who really address both are the most effective and most efficient ones. Third point I would like to raise is that don't only focus on the early years. Please, please invest and make additional investments later in the life course. Why is that so important? It's important because we all know in aging societies, training for adults is also extremely important, because we have extreme skill changes, digitalization, and all these kind of issues are very important. Therefore, training, adult training, is also extremely important, not only per se, but also to complement early education investments. We also know from research, if they are not complemented in the later life course, they won't be as effective. A fourth point I want to raise, I would like to call it quality. Quality is also extremely important. We all know that. It might sound trivial, but I would like to say, okay, the quality of the human potential in our societies is extremely important. So don't only focus on the quantity in an aging population, focus on the quality, which is the education, but also the quality of the education services and the family services. We know that families really care about quality. We know that the well-being, and Francesco, I think is totally right, well-being is an important issue for population aging as well, and the quality is an extreme important factor influencing well-being, and well-being again is an extreme important factor for influencing demographic events like fertility, like migration, like mortality. And the last point I want to make is, you might think it's something totally different, but I would like to raise that policymakers should also care about informing the population about knowledge on services. Why am I saying that? I do a lot of research in inequalities of early education and care attainment. We know that in particular, those groups who benefit most are the ones who use it less. Migrant families, low-educated families, their children are in daycare much later. We should inform everybody. We should provide the information about the availability of services, about the quality of services, because this really helps the families to know how they can survive over the life course. They feel better if we give them information and not only money. So I think money is important, but information is important as well. And I would recommend politicians, please also focus in informing people about the availability of services, about the quality, how you can get access, how can you finance it, and then the inequality in the attendance of particular important services hopefully will also diminish. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, due to the delay in the start of the session, we don't have very much time left, but let's see if we can have one question from the audience, if is that we can answer quickly, please.
One question, you mentioned about education in Iraq is done in the first years. Sorry,
Yes. Yes.
Hello? Hi. You mentioned that education is paying off when it's done in the first years. And I would like to know how it is measured and what the paying off means exactly. And third, what kind of education? What does it mean to educate in the first years? Thank you.
I would like to ask to keep the answer very short.
Sure, although this is really difficult because this is an extremely important question. So what kind of education? I'm talking about early education and care services, like formal education, daycare, and these preschool, but I'm also talking about the education in the family, which we often forget. And how do I think, or why do I as an economist say it's so efficient? How is it measured? There are plenty of studies, not only on small groups, but also a wonderful study on Norway showing that early investments pay off even later for the economy in respect to higher tax incomes, in respect to a higher educated population, in respect to lower teenage pregnancies, in respect to less crime. And these are the benefits we usually, as economists, evaluate to measure the benefits of early education. And yeah, this is, if I have to keep it short, a very, very brief and short answer. I could tell you much more if you're interested later.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I believe that there's ample chance to discuss this during the break. Unfortunately, our time is running up. This is unfortunate, but we have the opportunity for those who are here with us live. We have the opportunity to discuss over the coffee breaks, and I'm sure that there's a lot of questions and many who want to discuss these issues further. I'd like to thank our panelists for joining us. I'd like to thank the audience, both here in presence and online, for joining us for this very interesting discussion. And finally, I would also like to acknowledge Population Europe, which has been the co-organizer of this event with us today. So thank you, everyone, and I hope you a very nice State of the Union event.
It is an age of challenges. It is an age of crises. Technology, climate change, migration, justice, democracy, and so much more. The State of the Union is the EU's annual policy conference, and this year it is asking a hard-hitting question. Is Europe fit for the next generation? And no location is more fitting for this inquiry than the Badia Fiesolana in the hills of Florence. It has been the headquarters of the European University Institute since 1972, but the Badia has also been a holy site for almost 2,000 years. The story of the Badia is related to the story of a very unusual monastery. Look no further than to its architecture for clues. Like many monasteries, it had an inner cloister, which represents the Garden of Eden, complete with a tree of knowledge. However, unlike other monasteries, the cloister is not closed off. Instead, it opens up to a terrace, a loggia, typically found in villas. This balcony, overlooking Florence, sent a clear message by design. The knowledge within these walls must reach the world. It is also a sign of how the Badia is inextricably linked to Florence. It is here that in the 15th century, a family of bankers, the Medici, rose to power. Their patronage of art and culture spurred the Renaissance, the Cultural Revolution that first put humankind at the center of the world. And nothing sums up the spirit of the Renaissance more than this inscription: De victa montis natura, man has conquered the sharp mountain. A way to say that humankind was shaping the landscape according to their own ideas. For Renaissance humanists, this meant striking a respectful balance. The plaque celebrates Cosimo the Elder of the Medici family. It was Cosimo who turned the Badia Fiesolana into a hub of Neoplatonic culture. Its impressive library fueled the rediscovery of the classics and broke the barrier between secular and religious texts. It attracted scholars from all over the world, much like it does today. And just like our scholars, monks and secular intellectuals would be seen here, walking together and discussing the ideas of their time. With the Habsburg dynasty taking over Tuscany in the 18th century, the influence of the Medici family faded. However, the location's love for knowledge lived on. In the 18th century, the Badia was home to the Academy of the Georgophili, Europe's first institute for the promotion of agronomy as a science, a sign of the revolutions of the time. Once again, the Badia became a symbol of man's dominion over nature. However, its peaceful location did not shield it from controversy. Perched between Florence and Fiesole, the Badia was between two powerful sparring municipalities. And trouble didn't end here. Let's have a look at the refectory, a few feet away from the cloister. This 1629 fresco by Giovanni di San Giovanni shows angels feeding Jesus after his fast in the desert. Over here, other angels pelt the devil with stones. And at the center, Jesus, dressed as a monk as he blesses the wine and bread, just like priests do in Catholic Mass. Now, this might seem pretty innocent, but in reality, it points to a key theological difference between Catholics and Protestants, and one that led to many wars in Europe between the 16th and 17th century. And there's more. It was citizens, the powerful Medici, that made sure the Badia church was fully rebuilt according to the time's architectural trends. It is now a splendid Renaissance church with its simple lines and luminous altar. The Badia survived many more of history's darkest moments and is still loyal to its pursuit of knowledge for the betterment of the world. The second day of the State of the Union takes place in Palazzo Vecchio, a symbol of civic power in the heart of Florence. Once again, the worlds of politics, academia, civil society and business meet here to debate our common future. At the 2022 State of the Union, we are no longer asking if humankind can conquer nature. Rather, we are asking, can humankind conquer the crises it has created? In other words, is Europe fit for the next generation?
Hello, everyone, and welcome to this 2022 edition of the State of the Union, organized by the European University Institute here in Florence. I'm Edouard Schall. I'm a professor of economics here at the Institute, and I have the pleasure of moderating this panel on the future of EU fiscal integration. Joining us today for this discussion are our four distinguished speakers. So starting from my right, Cinzia Alcidi, who's the Director of Research at the Center for European Policy Studies in Brussels. On the other side of the room, on my left, Philippe Martin, who's the chairman of the Council of Economic Analysis in France, and also vice president of the Center for Economic Policy Research, and professor of economics at Sciences Po. Sam Fleming, second to my left, who's the Brussels bureau chief of the Financial Times, and the FT is one of our media partners for the whole conference. And next to me on my left, Roel Bitsma, who's a member of the European Fiscal Board and also a professor and vice dean at the Faculty of Economics and Business at the University of Amsterdam. For those who are online, especially on the Swapcard platform, please post your question in the Q&A tab. Lucas Nord, who's my co-moderator, he's a PhD student here, is going to filter those questions, transfer them to me through the screen so that I can ask them on your behalf to our speakers. This panel will be divided into three parts. I will start by having two rounds of discussions on the two main topics of the panel, where I will ask our speakers to exchange their views about those topics. And then, so these rounds will last about 15 to 20 minutes each, and then the remaining 20 minutes will be for the Q&A session. We have 55 minutes overall. The two topics that I would like to discuss today are the following. So first, I will ask our speakers to give us an overview and their views about the recent fiscal packages that were deployed in response to the COVID crisis. These instruments were unprecedented, both in terms of magnitude and in terms of diversity, so they give us a sense of what the EU is able and ready to do when the necessity arises. Next, the second topic is going to be about the future. With the benefit of hindsight, we understand better what is the importance, but also what are the limitations of those instruments. Just to think of the war in Ukraine, it has exposed our fragility to new type of asymmetric macroeconomic shocks that raise new fiscal challenges. And more generally, one would like to understand what should be the guiding principle for a common fiscal policy able to tackle future crises. So without further ado, let me start with the first round of discussions on the overviews of the existing tools, and I will turn to Cinzia, who will give us our views about these.
Good morning, everyone, and many thanks for having me here. So I think, as Sean said, it's true that the response that has been taken by the European Union to COVID has been clearly unprecedented. But I think that if we compare it with the response to the financial crisis, this has been also much faster, much coordinated, And also that the political way in which was presented is very different. So the approach has been much more solidaristic, I would say, compared to the financial crisis when I'm sure many of you remember that the big debate was really about risk reduction versus risk sharing. So we're still speaking a bit about risk sharing, but the terms of the political discussion have changed completely. Now, in terms of specific tools which have been put in place, I would like to focus on SURE. So SURE is this emergency instrument which has been put in place to allow member states to support short-term work schemes. Short-term work schemes are basically a way to protect employment. So it's quite different from unemployment insurance. Sometimes they are confused. So here the purpose is not to provide unemployed people with income protection, but it's rather to avoid that companies which are exposed to shock need to lay off people. So it's really to try to keep people in their places. And SURE, which was basically a way to offer loans almost at zero interest rate to member states, has been working quite powerfully. Of the 100 billions which were made available, about 95 billions actually have been used, and Italy was one of the main beneficiaries. This is not a surprise. Italy, Spain, and some member states which have to pay positive interest rates and certainly higher than what was supposed to be paid on loans, on European loans, find it really beneficial. So this is something that worked, but which had temporary nature. So it was a measure which was put in place ad hoc, and in practice is supposed to expire at the end of this year. So if we were to have a new crisis next year, these same instruments won't be in place anymore. And then, so this is why I think the Commission really needs to, the institutions in general, should try to consider to make some instruments permanent. And making sure permanent would not be a big deal. In fact, this could be done quite simply, even without a treaty change. So in this sense, I think it would be really a quick win both for member states and for the European institutions. And then maybe very quickly, I mean, of course, the big game changer in the European response to COVID has been Next Generation EU, and in particular, the RRF. I don't want to go into the details of it, but I think the main breakthrough and really the end of a taboo, in a sense, in the European Union, that the RRF represented is common borrowing. So this is the very first time that European bonds were issued, so that European debt was raised. And this is, again, a big game changer. Also, the RRF is temporary, so this is not a permanent instrument, at least not for the moment, but it clearly represents a major change. I will leave it here for the moment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Cinzia. So indeed, SURE was a major improvement relative to previous risk-sharing instruments. Next Generation EU was also very innovative in many ways. So I will ask Roel to give us his views about this package.
Sure. Thanks, Edouard. Yeah, I think that if we look at the complete thing, then of course there was the general, or there is still the general escape clause of the Stability and Growth Pact that made possible, the fiscal response on the side of the government. We have Next Gen EU, and I think it's an important, it's a commendable step in terms of innovativeness, which Cinzia already alluded to, but also in terms of solidarity, it's an important step. But it's also, I would say, not a very big step, because the size of it, when you compare it to the EU economy, is not that big. And on the interpretation of Next Gen EU, it's presented as a recovery instrument. And in fact, it's not, I would not, conceptually, I would not see it as really as a recovery instrument, because a lot of it is investment in digitalization, in energy transition, which would have to take place in any case, whether there is COVID or not. So that is, so I think, from that, stimulating these investments is very welcome. Also, that is a big plus of Next Gen EU, but I would not see it as a recovery instrument in that respect. There's also some discussion about, okay, what could Next Gen EU contribute in terms of maybe, stabilizing the economies, and I think that is very limited. These are investments, and they will have some short-run Keynesian type of effects, but they will not be very well timed. The economies, well, I mean, there's a lot of uncertainty, but Next Gen EU runs until 2026, and the economic landscape can be quite different at that point. I think maybe we get to talk about it in the next round. I think what is missing is a stabilization facility. We've seen huge shocks. There's a number of huge shocks, global financial crisis. We have the Eurozone debt crisis, Brexit, COVID, now the Ukraine crisis. So large shocks, and actually Europe does not really have a kind of a preset instrument to deal with this. Yeah, let me leave it here and give the floor back to you, Edouard.
Yeah, thank you very much, Ro. So indeed, you're hitting at the some of the limitations of Next Generation EU, and we'll go back to this in the second round of discussion. But still, on the COVID crisis and the instruments that were deployed on that occasion, I would like to ask Philippe Martin to tell us about the macroeconomic impacts of those policies, how effective they have been in practice.
Thank you, Edouard. Yes, so it was already said, I mean, from a political point of view, clearly NGU was a big breakthrough. It's also, and I'm sure we're going to talk more about this, a template for future programs. From a macro point of view, in a sense, it's true that it's relatively modest compared to what the US did and what member states did. But we have to keep in mind that, in a sense, from a global macro point of view, the response to this crisis was extremely different, both relative to what we did to the mistakes, the macro mistakes, macro mismanagement we had during the Euro crisis, and also compared to the US. In a sense, I would say that in a great financial crisis, the US did much better than the Eurozone. In this crisis, I think it's in some sense the reverse. We did better than the US. But in terms of the macro impact, and I think Ro already alluded to this, it's relatively, the NGU was relatively limited. It's around 2.4% of 2019 GDP over a 5-year period. So basically at its peak in 23-24, it would be around 0.7% of GDP. It's not tiny, but it's modest compared to some of the member states' fiscal support. And the ECB support was in fact much more important because it is what enabled member states to have very large fiscal programs. And in fact, it's because we don't have a common fiscal instrument that the ECB had to intervene so strongly to give the possibility to finance member state fiscal support. Just to finish, in a sense, if you want to try to quantify the macro impact of NGU, it's very difficult. There's a very recent ECB working paper that has tried to do this, so there's a lot of assumptions and uncertainty. And so let me just say what, and I think it's very solid work. So first, they point to the fact that even though at the EU level the average impact can be modest, for some countries, for example here in Italy, this can be large at their peak around 3% of GDP. So in these cases, in some specific cases, it's important, which means also that there's a large transfer component in this program, and that's clearly also path-breaking. So in terms of they identify 3 channels through which NGU had an impact. One is on the confidence level. In a sense, it's the political consequence, the political dimension of this program, which had an impact on risk premia and on interest rates. One is the fiscal stimulus itself, and it's relatively modest. So the first one is around 0.2%, they say. The second one, the direct fiscal stimulus, is 0.5%. The third one is the most uncertain, is the structural reforms which are attached to NGU, and they point to something around 1%. So the total would be around 1.3% or a bit more than that for 2026. But you see that a big part of that is conditional on the success of structural reforms. And we know it's super difficult to quantify and evaluate what is the macro impact of this structural reform. So the package is important politically, macroeconomically, from a direct point of view, it's relatively modest, but it has, but potentially it has a big impact, especially through the structural reforms attached to it.
Thank you very much, Philippe. So yeah, we understand better how innovative this package was, despite the fact that it was, perhaps not as large, but still it was breaking new grounds. So on this aspect, I would like to turn to Sam Fleming, who has a unique view on the political process that led to the convergence of views towards this package. How did that happen in Brussels, in the discussions in Brussels?
Sure, yeah. I mean, I think it's appropriate we're having this discussion in Italy, because let's remember in part what this was a response to. The mood early in the COVID crisis was a sense that Europe was not looking after its member states, and that member states like Italy were being abandoned. And the mood was dangerous because it really felt that Europe, I'm talking very early on, was failing in its response to COVID. And from that moment, you then see the political process, a recognition in other capitals and in Brussels of the gravity of, just how disastrous and how deadly this disease was and the havoc it was creating. And the importance for Europe to step up and respond. And Next Gen EU, we can talk about the macroeconomic impact and how significant it is. And in the end, obviously, it's a macroeconomic impact which will spool out over many years. It wasn't an immediate response. The immediate response macroeconomically, which is so important, was the ECB's response, which prevented disastrous movements in bond yields and so on, and underpinned the economy. Plus the extension of the activation, I should say, of the general escape clause as well. But you then see politics moving at a very, very rapid rate, just to pick up Cinzia's point. When you think about what happened, you got ECB, general escape clause, you got SURE, you get the ESM putting through these credit lines were not used, but they were at least putting through, basically scrapping most of their conditionality in the ESM credit lines. And then this culminates in the agreement between Merkel and Macron that common borrowing was going to be appropriate, which could include grants as well as loans, and then a summit in July, which gives birth to Next Gen EU. So it was a very rapid response to a very significant challenge to the EU. It was also a very clever and well-designed response, I would argue. So it was temporary, it kept everyone on board, it was targeted at recovery of economies, so in terms of, reconstruction of economies, and contained reforms, and as well as purely investments. The conditionality, which it was never called conditionality, of course, because that was a dangerous word, but the conditionality was relatively light, and the Commission itself then did a good job of convincing member states, especially in the north, for example, the Netherlands, that it was going to take this seriously, that the implementation of these reforms would be something which would be properly monitored, and that it was not going to just wave the money over. And that was in part because of the dialogue that was going on between the Commission and the sector and task force, as well as DG ECFIN, and the member states convinced capitals and quite early on that they were going to do this in a serious way. I won't go into the details of some of the limitations yet, because I think we'll come back to that. But just to amplify a couple of points from what Rose was saying, I mean, I would just question: is this flexible enough, this instrument, considering a lot can happen between now and 2026, as we've seen already in the past 3 months. It is not very well suited for big cross-border projects, and I think that's a real limitation at the moment, especially in the context of the energy transition, the need to move as rapidly away from Russian gas as possible, and oil. And the other question I just raised early on is this question of whether, because it's so focused on the transition to a low carbon, rightly, to a low carbon economy, with requirements that for 37% of the spending to be on green initiatives, do no significant harm and so on. If we did want to try and rejig some of these plans to focus more on the more urgent need to get away from Russian energy, could those requirements bump up against the very immediate concerns we have about weaning ourselves off Russian fossil fuels?
Thank you very much, Sam. So I think we get a better view of how those fiscal instruments have been put in place, and so fast. Now, I would like to turn to the second topic, which is basically looking ahead. Now we understand that those packages, you've mentioned some of them, that they have limitations. To what extent should that be adapted or even reinvented to tackle the future fiscal challenges that the EU will face? So for that part of the discussion, I would like to give the floor to Philippe Martin on notably the new challenges raised by the war in Ukraine, especially in terms of energy management within the euro area and the fiscal challenges that they raise.
Yes, remember that a few months ago, during the COVID crisis, we were already thinking about, whether NGU could be a template for a fiscal instrument for the next crisis. Obviously, we were not thinking that the next crisis would come so early, and also in a form which is extremely different from the COVID crisis, in the sense that the COVID crisis is clearly a completely exogenous shock. It has a demand and a supply dimensions. In the case of the implications in terms of energy prices of the war in Ukraine, I would say it's partly at least based on a huge energy policy mistake in Europe. And second, in terms of the instruments and the fiscal implications of what we need to do in terms of solidarity, it's very different from what we did in terms of COVID. So we need to have instruments that are extremely flexible. I mean, it's clearly here a completely different type of crisis with a very specific sector and a supply shock which is very different. So as you know, there's a debate about what could be the macroeconomic impact of further restrictions on both gas and oil exports from Russia. It's a fierce debate among economists. We at the French Council of Economic Analysis have been part of this debate with some of the German economists of the What If paper. What we found is that if we were to go to an embargo, the impact would be not small but manageable, but very heterogeneous across countries, up to something like 3% for some countries. Hungary, we've heard of them not a long time ago, around 1 or 2% of GDP. So these are maybe manageable, but pretty large numbers. And given that this heterogeneity, that means that we will have to have some form of solidarity if we want to go further on these restrictions, which, remember, the objective of these restrictions are not, it's not a moral objective. It's really an objective of changing the behavior of Russia and Ukraine and trying to make the war, to change the course of war to oblige for some negotiations. So clearly there will be potential fiscal impact, but it's a very different instrument than what we had during COVID. But because some of the countries are going to be very much more hit than others, I think that they'll have to have some transfers, except that the transfers might be very different in terms of, it will be solidarity in terms of quantities of gas, potentially of oil, but gas is more important in this case for some of these countries. Also depending on the instrument that might be used, so everybody's talking about an embargo, but there are other instruments like tariffs or a price cap. In our case, I think the price cap would be an interesting instrument, but the price cap would mean that potentially you have an excess demand at some point that you'll have to manage, and that means that you need to define quite clearly and immediately, actually, to give some credibility to these measures of a protocol of the rationing and how you allocate the rationing of gas. But this has it's almost like fiscal transfers, because that means that basically you allocate gas to some countries or some sectors inside countries at prices that do not reflect maybe the true equilibrium. So in some sense, these are going to imply also fiscal transfers. I don't think there's a lot of, I don't have an impression that we're thinking very precisely about all of this right now, even though I think we should do it very quickly. So yes, that's the next challenge, and clearly the instruments that we need to put into place are super heterodox, completely interventionist, so they're not at all in the mindset of the typical EU instruments. But we've seen that we are able to break political taboos with NGU. I think we need to break some new taboos with this new crisis.
Thank you very much, Philippe, for these insights. Yeah, I mean, whatever level of transfers we may be able to reach as far as the distribution of energy is concerned, and it's not going to eliminate, I guess, the heterogeneous response of the economies, and there will be more severe recessions in some regions. For example, one may guess in Italy, and one may ask, what are the, do we have the fiscal tools to tackle that? So I will turn to Cinzia, who will tell us what she thinks about how effective would a package like Next Gen EU be to handle this crisis and potentially future crises?
I think this is a very fundamental question. Also, if you look at what happened basically in the last about 15 years, If you think we had the financial crisis, and then the response was the reform of the governance. We included macroeconomic imbalance procedures because the root was in macro imbalances. We had the ESM, we had the banking union. All these elements are important because are part of a new framework and elements of a safety net. But in fact, we had COVID crisis, completely different crisis with different nature. And basically, we needed new instruments. So the ESM that was created in a post-financial crisis, in the end, was not used. There are many reasons. But the point is that we had to create new tools to respond to a new crisis. Now we have the war, and of course we have the toolkit that has been created in response to COVID. Most of these instruments are temporary. So the question that we really need to ask is, shall we turn these instruments from temporary to permanent? Shall we think of other instruments, as Philippe said, maybe something completely different and unorthodox, that is able to respond to this crisis? And more in general, shall we try always to fight the last war, or to think of something which is more flexible and more suitable to respond to different crises? I'm aware this is a very difficult question, because we had the financial crisis, pandemic, war. I mean, we ask what else? But we also know that new crises will come. The environment is such that the risk actually, or the probability of having a big event is just higher than it was 20 years before. I mean, of course, the usual suspect is Next Generation EU, which was just a big change. And I think there that the fundamental question, and the fundamental point, if you want, is to try to make sure that Next Generation EU works. This is a crucial test. Also, potentially to gain political support for moving towards something that is permanent, or to create a new instruments where common borrowing is also a key element. If Next Generation EU fails, the probability of having this kind of instruments will be much lower. So in this sense, we are really at a crucial point. So one question is the regulation about the RRF something which can be adjusted, can be interpreted in a more looser way, so that maybe some of the resources available can be used to respond to this crisis? Or shall we leave the things the way they have been planned? So I think this is at this stage, this is still an open question, but it's something that we need to ask. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Cinzia. Yeah, I mean, fiscal coordination, fiscal integration is a difficult matter. It's hard to have everybody agree. Maybe one way to progress is to go back to fundamentals and, for example, to Economics 101, and to ask, what should be the guiding principles underlying fiscal integration. And for example, economists stress the justification for intervention when there are public goods. Now one public good that is back on the table, but there are potentially others, is military spending. So I would like to turn to Roel Bitsma, who is going to give us his views on this topic.
Well, I know very little about military spending. I've not been in the military. I was somewhat lucky in that respect. But if we go back to Next Gen EU, I think in a way it was also a little bit of a missed opportunity, because investment plans were all developed from bottom up. So each country came up with its own set of plans, which were also kind of, how you say, very micro-oriented in many cases. I've not seen all the plans, but the European Commission has had a lot of work interacting with the governments in setting up the plans. And so what is missing is basically, I mean, each country did this from its own perspective, in principle, without taking into account spillovers on other countries. And I think when we are talking about, in a way, plans that are centrally financed or by putting money together, I think that then you should make use of the fact that, when you invest from the central level, you can invest in things that have spillovers across borders, that countries by themselves individually would not make, because they internalize only the cost but not all the benefits, which are spread over many more countries. So in my view, so when we're talking about centrally spent money, then that would be typically, in my view, needed for EU public goods that have spillovers. And I mean, there are many, so how should we do this? Should this be done through a follow-up of Next Gen EU or maybe through the EU budget? And I think, in my view, I think we should, in the next round for the MFF, I think that the EU budget should be increased, but also the composition should be changed. I think the two need to go together, because I think an increase in the EU budget is not politically acceptable for many countries if you don't change the composition, although changing the composition would of course be, other countries would be against that. And an enlarged EU budget should be used for like climate transition spending, for example, upgrading electricity grids, hydrogen investment, high-speed railways, also research. Research is now also financed from the EU level. Probably also military spending, because this is, I mean, if you have two countries, then of course the safety of one country depends on how much another country spends, but the other country will not take this into account. And also, well, not only to take into account the spillovers, but also the allocation, because, I mean, when we're talking, and as I said, I know very little about military spending, but I can imagine that you don't want to have all kinds of overlaps. So if you pool the resources, you can also allocate, some countries spend more on tanks, other countries spend more on this or that, so that combined you have a strong defense. Maybe I can say one more word on, I mentioned stabilization, and I'm also coming, I'm not, I'm an economist, so I don't have to worry about political feasibility, but still, I think for stabilization instruments, the appetite is not very big. Also, for my country, the Netherlands, not. But some time ago, I did some research, and you were actually one of the discussants, Edouard, and on where we did a conjoint experiment in which we asked about 10,000, well, I think 10,000 people from 5 different countries, including the Netherlands, Germany, France, Italy, and Spain, on a stabilization instrument. And quite interesting, if the support for such an instrument among the people who were asked was quite large, surprisingly large, also in the Netherlands. But of course, it depends. The support depended on the conditions or how you design it. So conditions play an important role, and it may well be the case that the views of the politicians are maybe not perfectly aligned with what populations how they see this. And so let me stop here to give back to
Thank you very much, Roel. So you hinted at the difficulty of reaching consensus at the political level for fiscal policy innovations. What is your view on that, Sam? I mean, what is your perception of the mood among European leaders in going further?
Yeah. I mean, this is obviously, we're comparing with the COVID crisis. I think it is a harder crisis to respond to. When you think about COVID, immediate lockdowns of entire economies for what was likely to be a temporary period of time, it's obviously a clear case for massive fiscal support for the economies, and also then the differential impact among member states created the drive for some sort of support, differentiated support between member states, which is what we got through Next Gen EU. We did hear very early in the invasion, an immediate response that, okay, we need a common European response, a common fiscal response to this. Again, you started to hear that. And I think, unfortunately, people got a little bit ahead of themselves because these arguments were put out without having a very clear idea of exactly what the common borrowing, the common response would be for. What was the diagnosis? What was the economic outlook? You saw that in the Versailles summit, actually. I remember the Swedish Prime Minister turning up and being asked about, do we need more common debt? Do we need Next Gen EU 2.0? And her response was, some countries are always finding arguments why they shouldn't pay their own expenses. So I think things moved quite quickly, and then the Commission tried to slow things down. And you heard Dombrovskis, for instance, Valdis Dombrovskis, the Executive Vice President, say, we need to explore what we've already got on the table before we start talking about what's next. And the focus, I think, of the work that we've seen over the past month or so then has been more about what flexibility is there within Next Gen EU to rejig it to what's going on now. The cohesion programs are only just beginning for the current MFF period, which runs to 2027. So there's plenty of scope to again rejig and reprioritize that spending towards the humanitarian disaster triggered by Putin's invasion, towards the refugee crisis as well. So there's actually a lot of flexibility within the existing instruments, and so we've heard very strong messages from the likes of the Budget Commissioner Johannes Hahn that we need to explore existing flexibilities and make sure we're spending, making the most of what we've got. And I think that's kind of where the debate is. Mario Draghi, speaking to the Parliament this week, once again pushed the ideas that he has espoused with Macron before the invasion of greater common borrowing in order to support priority investments. Mentioned the idea of adapting the Shore program towards the energy crisis that we're facing as well. But I haven't seen any immediate enthusiasm for these ideas right now. I think the movement we will see is the general escape clause. I think the calls for this to be extended for another year will get louder as we lead up to the Commission forecast, which comes out later this month. I mean, really, why would member states add to all the stuff they've got on their plates right now, the reimposition of the Stability and Growth Pact next year in the current crisis, current circumstance? It will be an odd an odd distraction to introduce at the moment. So I think that's the main focus, I think. And then the other big thing to watch is the Repower EU report, which is the report which will come out of the Commission again in a week or so, looking at how to engineer the transition away from Russian fossil fuels, as well as the transition, obviously, to a lower carbon economy, how to ensure security of supply in Europe. That is going to throw up some enormous numbers, I think, in terms of the investment that's going to be needed. And so you will start, again, to see member states making the argument for common investment, especially for the cross-border dimensions of that. And we are actually already seeing the sanctions package that was introduced this week. We're seeing some member states talk about the economic impact of the sanctions and the cost of trying to diversify away from Russian oil, and whether there needs to be a European response to that as well. So those are the main I think those are the main areas, but I don't see this debate moving rapidly at the moment.
Thank you very much, Sam, for those insights. We are now entering the third stage of this panel, which is the Q&A session, and I will start by picking a question from the online audience that I can read now, and I will synthesize it. How far are we from a fiscal union today? So the question is at a level of abstraction that is higher than what the discussion has been so far, but it's strongly related. A fiscal union implies quite a bit of risk sharing. So, you know, several of you may have views, but I would like to turn for this question to Roel, because I've flicked through a recent work of yours where you touch upon those issues by arguing that risk sharing should take place not necessarily at the country level, but at the regional level in the EU. Is that the way you think of the fiscal union in
Well, you see, I think this is an interesting question. By the way, a fiscal union, how do we define a fiscal union? Is it something that looks like, say, the US, with, you know, also quite a large central budget? So you're referring to a paper that I wrote with Jacopo Cimodomo from the ECB and a PhD student of mine, Josef van Spronsen. And what we do here is we looked at the regions, NUTS 3 regions in the EU, and we looked at, well, we looked at GDP developments, and we decomposed them into Euro-wide factors, countries-wide factors, and then region-specific factors. And then you know, looking at regional GDP, you could have transfers that go directly to regions where you offset these type of shocks. And by the way, it turned out that for some countries, the euro factor affecting all the regions in the country, or most of the regions in the country, was very important. So, for example, for western part of Germany, those regions were primarily driven by the euro factor. Then when we look at, for example, Greece, those regions were very much affected by Greek-specific factor. So there was quite a lot of diversity in that respect, but in principle, through a kind of a common stabilization mechanism that, you know, from the you could do a lot of stabilization at the regional level, and this would then be financed from the central level when there is, you know, when on average a lot of regions are hit by bad shocks, and when they are on average hit by good shocks, then you would, you know, you would replenish the resources. But the amount of resources needed at the central level is not that large, because many of the regional shocks just in a way offset each other. I mean, it's maybe a little bit technical, but you know, one can read the details in the paper. Yeah.
Thank you, Roel. Does anyone else in the panel want to pick up on this question, Philippe?
Just very quickly, I think that to answer this question, we are moving in the right direction, in the sense that just before COVID, the debate was completely frozen. So we opened the debate. We are going in the right direction, but we're very far from you know, anything that would be a fiscal federation, in the sense that the NGU is not a budget. It's a one-off emergency instrument. So transitioning to a proper budget for the EU is going to be very difficult and very slow, and in a sense, you know, I think that's that cannot be otherwise. There are two ways forward in the very short term. That would be rolling over the NGU debt, and I think that's possible, especially given the present situation. And the second one would be to have a permanent contingent facility for absorbing shocks, but I don't see anything much more ambitious in the next few years. I might get wrong. Remember that we thought that it was impossible to move, and we're finally moving.
Okay, thank you, Philippe. Cinzia, you wanted to?
Very quickly, just to actually reinforce what Philippe said. So first of all, we should define what fiscal union is, because the concept is so wide that it could be just a small common budget to something which is a change at institutional level. I agree that there is not much appetite, but it's clear that today we are much closer to something that can be called fiscal union than we were 3 years ago. That is, I think, very clear. Maybe on the way forward, again, appetite is very small, but I think Draghi talked about pragmatic federalism in the speech. And I think this is something that we could see, so that in a specific area for addressing specific problem, much more a European approach rather than individual approach. Again, this is not fiscal union, but more ad hoc and specific joint initiatives. Thank you.
Thank you, Cinzia. Sam, you wanted to share?
Yeah, just briefly. I mean, I think this is true that there is groundwork. Things have moved. I mean, if you think about the Rubicon crossing moment of common borrowing, part of which would then be distributed in the form of grants, a really important moment there. I mean, you now have within the Commission a borrowing function, so a kind of a putative treasury almost, and it's obviously not that. But there is a debt management function there, which will be there for many, many years to come. You have more safe assets, safe European assets now in the markets than before. Again, it's not like the US Treasury market. I don't want to exaggerate, but at least it's there, which is also a move in that direction. So the question really is how quickly is it going to move from here? And I think probably not very quickly. And I think Next Gen EU was deliberately designed to be a one-off instrument, and I think member states will, especially in the north of Europe, will be very insistent on it being proven to be a one-off instrument. That is not something they're going to be particularly flexible about. Just one last question. I think there is this open, because we're looking at the leadership, the next leadership of the ESM, I think there is an open question to be discussed about what the role of the ESM is for the Eurozone in particular, given the antipathy in many member states, including the one we're sitting in now, to taking any of its loans. What does the Euro area, what does the Eurogroup want to do with the ESM to make it more of an active participant in crises? Because it wasn't used in the COVID crisis, despite the gravity of that economic shock. And there's no real debate about what potential role it could play in the current crisis either.
Thank you very much, Sam. We have a few minutes left, so I'll take this opportunity to take questions from the in-person floor. So there is one here, and then Ramon. And then probably we will have exhausted our time.
Thank you. First of all, on the current progress, I think we have to make sure that the progress in what you call now in the last panel fiscal union or sort of debt issuing facility has to be sustained. I mean, the EU has been a big supranational issuer at the time of the ECU, because in 21 currencies at that time, it was much smaller, but it was a big, and then it faded away. So the current progress has to be sustained. Second, part of the next generation EU political deal was a side deal on own resources, where we have not, I am in charge of this now, but we have not made much progress to solve this part of the deal. You talked about MFF, but not own resources. And I think third element, there are new opportunities that are opening up, that it is the other side of the fiscal integration, say talking about tax policy and tax mix. What is the tax mix that we need going forward? And I think there is increasing member states that are under difficult debates sort of coordinating their tax mix. So I wonder, how do you see this as part of the discussion?
Who wants to pick up on this set of questions? Maybe with one question so that there is time for another one afterwards. You want to go on, Sam?
I mean, on the own resource point, I think it's a really good one because if we don't have the revenue streams, the bespoke revenue streams to service this debt over time and repay it, then it undermines the credibility of the project. And frankly, at the moment, I do not see a lot of interest in this issue. It seems quite stuck in many ways. And ultimately, it needs to be grasped. So maybe not imminently, but the question of own resources and what particular own resources the member states will embrace, obviously very interlinked with the Fit for 55, the environmental package, given the nature of some of the proposed own resources, is something that I agree is actually a really significant issue. And then on tax policy, my only point on that will be there's an OECD plan in place. It seems stuck at the moment because of opposition from one member state in particular. It's damaging to the credibility of the EU if we can't get through that particular leg of the two pillars of the OECD program, especially when it's also under some threat in the US at the same time, given the midterms coming up. So there's a risk that momentum fails a little bit, which would be pretty worrying.
Thank you very much for this answer. I think Ramon Marimon had the question.
Yeah, thanks, and thanks for the discussion. Very interesting. I think that on something is absolutely consensus is that peace is a public good for Europe, but now we have a lot of commitments coming, and how we're gonna, which instrument gonna be using, not only for the energy part and the defense, but what we hear from Ukraine is what they want is just to be starting talk about integration, but in particular, how we're gonna pay for the reconstruction of Ukraine.
Difficult question.
Sam, you go first and then I follow.
Okay, sure. I mean, if you want to make a case for common borrowing right now in the EU, an obvious case would be made for common borrowing to help fund the reconstruction of Ukraine. Because if the figures, the figures bandied about in Brussels of several hundred billion of reconstruction costs, an awful lot of that is going to fall on Europe's shoulders, as it should. And so I think this is, it's a massive. I mean, think about the numbers that Kristalina Georgieva put out a couple of weeks ago during the spring meetings: 5 billion a month, simply to to deal with the financing gap on current expenditure in Ukraine. That's 15 billion over 3 months. What happens after the end of those 3 months? The answer is not there. Clearly, it's going to be an enormous drain in terms of just helping to support the state in its ongoing operations and make sure salaries are paid in Ukraine. And on top of that, you have just an enormous reconstruction cost facing us. So I think maybe when we talk about common borrowing, maybe that's where the priority should be right now, is talking about common borrowing in order to fund the reconstruction of Ukraine when the time comes, needless to say.
Yeah, go ahead.
Just a closing word on this. I agree this is a great commitment. It is not by chance that now the discussion about, for instance, whether, for instance, the assets of the oligarchs can be expropriated and basically being used to finance the reconstruction in Ukraine. It's because the commitment is huge. And we need to find resources. And in the European context, as the previous question reminded us, one issue is on resources. So you can't just borrow without having a commitment on resources. So in this sense, I fully agree that we need to be also rational and realistic about the commitment that we can take.
Thank you very much, Incia. The panel is now coming to an end. I wish to thank very much our speakers for having come and participated in this panel, and to thank the in-person and also the online audience. For those who are interested in macro policy issues in the EU, I want to flag a panel that takes place tomorrow at the Palazzo Vecchio, moderated by my colleague Giancarlo Corsetti, on fiscal monetary interactions in the EU. But more generally, I hope you will enjoy the rest of the conference. Thank you all.
to manage our engagement with the online audience. Also, welcome to this panel on the challenges of climate change-induced migration and displacement. My name is Andrew Geddes. I'm the director of the Migration Policy Centre at the European University Institute, and I will moderate this panel. I have a co-moderator, Susanna Garside, who will manage our engagement with our audience online. So everybody's very welcome this morning, or whatever time it is where you are. So the panel itself is on the relationship between migration, displacement, and climate change. We've got three distinguished speakers. I will introduce them to you shortly. But I think one of the things in terms of the content of our discussion this morning, I think the issue is not so much whether climate change can affect migration, but how it affects migration. We know that climate change has affected migration in the past. It does so now, and will do so in the future. We need to understand more about not only the drivers of these phenomena, the kind of migration outcomes that can occur, but also the effects politically and institutionally, and the responses that are developing. And so we're going to cover all of those topics in our discussion this morning. So we're going to proceed as follows. We've got, with our speakers, we're going to have a kind of more conversational format. I'm going to put a series of questions to our distinguished speakers. And that should last around 30 minutes or so. And then we'll have time then for Q&A and discussion. So to introduce the speakers to you, first of all, online, I'm very happy to welcome Ambassador Caroline Dumas, who is the Director General of the International Organization for Migration, Special Envoy for Migration and Climate Action since mid-2021. So Ambassador Dumas is a French career diplomat who in a distinguished career has served as French ambassador to Iceland, Jordan, and to Chile. So very happy to welcome Ambassador Dumas this morning. On my left is Atle Solberg, who is head of the Secretariat of the Platform on Disaster Displacement, which is a state-led initiative working towards better protection for people displaced across borders in the context of disasters and climate change. Between 2012 and 2015, he was head of the Nansen Initiative Secretariat, the predecessor of the Platform on Disaster Displacement, having previously worked for the UNHCR and the UN Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Actions in Switzerland, the Balkans, and in Central America, and for the Norwegian Refugee Council in the Balkans, Indonesia, and Colombia. And we're also very happy today to be joined by Caroline Zickgraf, who is Deputy Director of the Hugo Observatory at the University of Liège, where she also teaches in the Department of Geography. So she teaches environment and migration, environmental politics, and has consulted for a wide range of organizations, including the World Bank, the Nansen Initiative, the Green European Foundation, and the UN Food and Agriculture Organization. So very happy to welcome our speakers this morning. And as I say, what I propose to do is put some questions to our speakers, which I hopefully begin to get into what is quite a complex debate. And I was going to organize the questions, first of all, by thinking about what could be broadly labeled as drivers. So what we know about the factors that could contribute to climate-induced migration, and how we, even at a more conceptual level, how we understand terms such as climate migration and climate refugees. We're again going to talk about potential outcomes in terms of who moves, the effects on migrants of climate change. And we're also going to think about the kind of the responses that are developing across levels, from the local to the international. So what I wanted to do was begin by bringing Ambassador Dumas into the conversation, and really at the kind of most fundamental level, when we talk about climate migration or climate refugees, how useful do you think these kind of terms are, and how would migration affected by climate change or displacement affected by climate change relate to other forms of migration, such as economic migration? So over to you, Ambassador.
Thank you, Director, and thank you very much for having, for giving me, but giving IOM the opportunity of speaking on that really crucial subject now of the challenges of climate-induced migration and displacement. Maybe to to answer your, first of all, to refer to your introduction, I'm really happy to hear that the question is not if there is displacement, but how it happens and how we can deal, if I can say, we can reduce it and we can alleviate the situation of impacted people, because we are still in a world where actually the awareness, but as well the recognition, political recognition of these kind of displacement is not total, is not accepted everywhere, and we will talk about it probably, but we can see it in main global fora, if I can say, speaking of climate, which are the COPs. So about the causes and really under the control, I would say, of my co-panelists, I mean, Hugo Observatory, Caroline from Hugo Observatory, of course, who probably has very accurate figures, and Atle Solberg, the director of that PDD, which knows a lot as well. I would first of all say what all people working on climate issues know. Of course, I mean, the causes, the direct causes are linked to the evolution of climate, as we have countries which are affected by slow onset processes, as the rising of sea waters or increasing drought areas, which sometimes and more compel populations to leave their livelihoods and to try to find water or a better security, precisely on food security or water security elsewhere. We have fast onset situations, fast onset events, and fast onset, so countries affected by fast onset events, and unfortunately, I mean, countries which accumulate both of these situations, like in the Horn of Africa today. Obviously, after fast onset events like big floods, hurricanes, typhoons, like in Southeast Asia, or big floods as we see more and more in Ethiopia or Somalia or Kenya, people have to leave. When you have your house totally destroyed, you have to find another way to survive, and you have to find another place. So we have the direct implications of the evolution of climate. The last IPCC report, the recent working group 2, which issued its report in February, focused precisely on the implications of climate on the people, not only on the planet, but it was the first time the IPCC report wrote and worked on conclusions about the implications on human beings, which is something which is, of course, crucial, and which speaks to us, IOM, as IOM is now or has started working on that issue, because IOM's teams on the ground in 3/4 of the planet, if I can say, are facing with displaced people. They are, of course, addressing migration, but inside that flow, if I can say, of migration, if you disaggregate a little bit, I mean, the figures, our colleagues are facing more and more with displacement linked to climate change, not only linked to conflict, or linked to socioeconomic drivers, we can come back to it, but linked to climate change. You probably know that famous figure, if I can say, which was issued in 2021 by the last Groundswell report, which was more than 30 million internally displaced people only in 2020 out of a little bit more than 40 million people displaced in the world. This is of course huge. Now the proportion of people displaced on the basis of climate change is increasingly important. The IPCC report says that approximately 3.3 to 3.6 billion people now live in contexts that are highly vulnerable to climate change, which means that they are potentially populations which will have to move to escape situations where the planet is not livable, situation where in their region life will not be bearable, if I can say, adding that climate hazards are going to be more and more frequent, more and more complex to understand and to prevent, of course, or to foresee. And the IPCC report highlights as well the complexity of the situation of multiple climatic and non-climatic risks, which are going to interact more and more across the planet, across regions. To come back now on on the definition, if I can say, of refugees and migrants, in IOM, we mostly, speaking of displaced persons induced or displacements induced by climate change, we speak of migrants because most of these migrants are moving inside our country. They are IDPs. More than 80% of the migration induced by climate change produces, if I can say, IDPs, internal displacement, mostly inside the borders of a given country, or like in the Sahel, for instance, across borders in the same region. So we do not choose the term refugees. We can have refugees and it does happen, and it will probably happen more and more, but they are mostly, when they cross the borders, they are mostly taken care of by UNHCR. So thank you for giving me that opportunity, at least first opportunity to answer. I would,
Thank you very much. That was very useful. I think particularly distinguish between slower onset and more rapid onset change. And also I think very interesting to put a number into this debate where the identification of 3.3 to 3.6 billion people potentially affected. That of course doesn't mean they necessarily become migrants, but I think that's interesting to kind of to get that kind of sense of scale. So what I wanted to do now was ask Atli a question, particularly about rapid onset change, and to understand more about the kind of the frequency of these kind of changes, the rapid onset changes, natural disasters. Are they becoming more frequent? But also, other particular areas are more noticeably affected.
Thank you, Andrew, and thank you so much for inviting me to this great place, Florence, and the building, and I'm very pleased to be with you today. I think adding a little to what Caroline said, there are some numbers on what we refer to those displaced in the context of sudden onset events. So there is something called the Internal Displacement Monitoring Center. They are providing data annually and increasingly, also more regularly, on what about those displaced in the context of sudden onset events and processes. And these are tropical storms, flooding, and cyclone. And their estimate is that around 30 million people were displaced in 2021. So that suggests this is a big area. That number has been relatively stable over the years. So we do see these major events, and these can also be events not linked to climate change. We think of earthquakes, which is very much triggered by geophysical hazard, as we say. We have tsunamis. We saw most recently in Tonga, there was a tsunami that also displaced. So there are all types of natural hazards that create these larger events. And when maybe we can turn a little into our knowledge, we do have relatively good data on these events because they are very visible and the trigger is quite clear. There is, for example, if a tsunami warning comes or a tropical cyclone is about to make landfall, there is even warning. So that type of displacement, we have a pretty good hand of what's happening. We have a pretty good understanding of what are the specific needs. And I think we have a good knowledge base there. The challenge is, what about those hazards and events that are more slow onset and evolving, desertification, glacier melting, sea level rise, and how do we understand those? And I also think, and now I would like to have Caroline to come in and correct the multi-causal aspect of movement that takes place in slow onset events are more complex. We all know that we move or people move for a variety of reasons. But again, I'm coming back to the point that if there is a tsunami warning or a tropical cyclone warning or a flooding, the element of choice to stay is limited, and it's quite clear what is the trigger. The moment we move into the more slow onset events and processes, we know less, and there are also different motivation around that movement. So I think from a knowledge and evidence point of view, that's where we need to work probably a bit harder. So I think that's my little intervention on that question. So thank you, Andrew.
Thank you, Atli. And Bev, I think you've introduced very nicely what I was going to ask Caroline. So turning now to Caroline, on the causal aspects, as Atli put it, particularly for slower onset, which may be more difficult to distinguish, maybe we could then maybe think about unpicking this a little bit and thinking perhaps about what could be called mobility or displacement outcomes as a result of these slower onset changes, but also perhaps something that might be equally challenging, which is immobility, people being unable to move in the face of significant changes to the places that they live. And could I also add into that, and now we can benefit from your expertise, so I'll add in some other issues as well. What do we know about the distance that people move? Is it to internally we're presuming that's movement towards, is that towards urban areas? Internationally, is that to next safe countries or to relatively short distance international migration? So maybe I think that's probably enough for to be going on with, but over to you, Caroline.
Thank you so much, and thank you for having me. Yeah, so I think Atla is right. When it comes to slower onset changes, things get messy, right? It gets more difficult to identify a specific trigger, and as we say, migration is never just climate, right? It's always a combination of social, political, economic, environmental, demographic factors, like any migration. Right? It's not unique or some sort of subset, a category apart. The people travel in the same circuits or are the same people. Economic migrants are environmental migrants in most parts of Africa when you have economies that depend on natural resources. So for me, I work with mostly with coastal populations and mostly in slower onset contexts. So when we talk about, for example, the IDMC statistics, on displacement, we're not talking about coastal erosion or sea level rise, right? So if we take this number of 30.7 million people displaced in 2020, and we then consider how many more would there be if we thought about all of those farmers, those pastoralists, those fishers that are facing unsustainable livelihoods and are moving in labeled perhaps economic migrants, which they are, but they are also environmental migrants. So this is where that multi-causality becomes really complicated, both in naming but also in quantifying. How do you count that? Right? When the definition can be so broad, how do you count that? And that's where I think, again, the questions shouldn't just be, we've moved on from if, but we also need to some extent, move on from how many, or move, let's say, beyond, not just asking the how many, but the how. And that includes, I will answer, I guess, the last question before I get to immobility, but distance, time, these dynamics, right? How does climate change affect or change the migration dynamics that already exist? It doesn't occur in a vacuum. Migration systems are in place in many of these places already. And we see, and I think Caroline has also mentioned, most migration, whether that's displacement, if we want to, there's a spectrum, but displacement or more preemptive migration is internal. People are moving within the boundaries of their country. but it's also cross-border. You know, I work in the north of Senegal mostly. It's 9 kilometers to Mauritania. So it's closer to go to Mauritania to go fishing than to Dakar. And so that's what we're seeing is contrary to this very Eurocentric, fear-based narrative of the global south invading the global north, most people, whether because of a lack of resources or by choice, want to stay in their countries and move within them. And that also leads to the other point that you made, or you asked about immobility. So we tend to, you know, if we say that 3.3 to 3.6 billion people are affected by climate change, but 3.3 to 3.6 billion people are not moving because of climate change, right? So we have to ask ourselves not just why or how people go, why and how do people stay? What are the impacts of staying? And what are the causes? And the relationship we know is nonlinear. Just because the climate the scale of climate impacts increase, it doesn't mean the scale of migration increases. In some cases, it can be the reverse. Actually, immobility can increase because environmental change degrades the very assets and resources that are needed to migrate. So in some cases, we have what we call trapped populations, people who are unable to leave. And that's the kind of double jeopardy. So the poorest with the fewest resources who are unable to move. And on top of that, immobility being a choice for many, that many people I work with don't want to leave their communities. So just because migration can be adaptive and beneficial and be you know, an opportunity for some, for many people, it's not the preference. And so we also have to understand when we think about policy solutions, what it is that keeps people in place. You know, why is it? Is it, in some places, it's the location of burial grounds, it's community structures, it's, you know, many of us don't simply just because of one aspect of our lives, which might be climate, want to leave. We'd rather find other solutions to stay.
Thank you very much. I think we'll maybe come back to this issue in a few moments about what you referred to as kind of maybe Eurocentric and fear-based discussion. I think you've contextualized very nicely some of the dynamics, but also some of the places that are affected most strongly by this. But maybe coming back to Caroline Dumas at this point, and I know that you're currently attending a meeting of senior leaders within the International Organization for Migration. I wonder to what extent migration linked to climate change is now on the agenda for the IOM, but also in what kind of direction or what kind of interest being expressed by member states. So really to understand more about the political agenda within the International Organization for Migration.
Yes, thank you. Well, first of all, again, I think the acknowledgement and came from our operational print, came from the field. Colleagues who have been seeing more and more, again, migrants who decided to go because they had maybe no choice and had to leave their livelihoods for mostly a disaster, again, reason, or for a slow onset, anticipating that they would not find, I mean, this is true in the Sahel, in Africa, or they would not find the resources to go on living in their places. So I mean, that acknowledgement came from the field. They have had to address more and more of these migrants. Of course, the way of addressing these migrants is the same as addressing, if I can say, migration flows from conflict or main economic reasons, as it is. I mean, as Caroline said, the drivers are always mixed, so it's sometimes extremely difficult and to understand why people exactly moved, and if it was not the last drop, if I can say, of water on a very difficult situation in terms of governance or socio-economic opportunities, and then the decision of going because, I mean, the weather does not allow it, if I can say, whether slow onset or fast onset situation. Well, from that picture, if I can say, the Director General of IOM, DG Vittorino, decided that this was an important subject to tackle and to address inside the organization. Not only so on the field and trying to design proper policies, we have to come to the policies precisely with our partners at local level, at national level, and with our global partners. I mean, and he decided so to have a special envoy on this subject, even if we had a division, a specific division on climate change and environment, which had been built by a colleague who really did all the work, of building that division in the last 5 years, taking into account that growing subject inside the migration scope and family. So it allows us now to have, if I can say, 2 levels. The division is still, of course, overlooking what is happening on the ground in the field, supporting specific programs and policies. And I'm trying to dedicate a little bit more to the global advocacy. To come back, I would like, just before I come to this, I mean, I would like to liaise with what Caroline just said. She's totally right. We now have, populations who had to move sometimes with for an immediate reason of disasters, as Atle as well said, and others who would prefer not to move. This comes back, or leads us maybe to the question of policies, and it means at the global level, not only at a national, regional, but global level, we do have to understand properly that environment policies can no more be shaped without integrating a dimension of migration policy. And on the reverse, migration policies have to integrate an environmental and climate change dimension. And this seems simple to say, but it's extremely difficult to have even countries, I mean governments of countries who do suffer that kind of migration, to understand that they have now to build a whole of government approach. To say it concretely, I mean, if IOM has, is working mainly with ministers of home affairs, ministers dealing with migration, I'm trying to lead the organization towards talking as well to ministers of environment. And we do discover that inside governments in Africa, Asia, or Latin American, Caribbean countries, which are suffering a lot of both against slow and fast onset events, you do not always have that kind of whole of government approach of these two, if I can say, ministers talking together and trying to find the best way of accommodating policies, both to reduce the impact of climate change. Of course, this comes to mitigation and transition to better energies when it is possible, and all these more, I mean, technical decisions, technical and economic, of course, decisions would lead to societal, if I can say, evolution. But as well tackling, I mean, that specific migration with a degree, the needed degree of anticipation. So now, what we are trying to do when we speak to local partners, national partners, regional, like the African Union or the Caribbean or states, is really to emphasize the necessity of shaping the right policies. It's now a common agreement all over, the planet, and it was repeated in Glasgow in COP26. The main common analysis is that mitigation was not enough in the last 26 years since the first COP. It has not been done enough, and so we are now in a very narrow window of opportunity, as the IPCC report recalled it, and we have to accelerate adaptation. Adaptation is one of the only, I was about to say the best way, but it's not the best way because it's even too late for a certain number of countries. I'm referring mainly to Pacific Islands, for instance. I mean, but adaptation is still possible in a certain number of places on the planet, and governments and at higher level, the global governance in the world have to push for more measures of adaptation, of preventive action, to help populations to build resilience. And helping populations build resilience towards climate change will maybe help those who do not want to move, as Caroline was saying, to stay. Because all these movements, this displacement that we've seen in the last really recent years, decade, have probably happened sometimes in places where they could be avoided. We know it. So they could have been avoided if anticipatory measures had been taken early enough to change maybe agricultural habits, you know, in slow onset countries, to build better on infrastructure, to preserve, to go to nature-based solution, to preserve nature as much as possible, to stop deforestation, and well, the list can be long of adaptive measures which can be taken according to the region, the geographical, of course, frame, if I can say, framework of the region, its economic framework, but apparently we still have a range of measures which can be taken. In countries of fast onset events, it's more difficult because I mean, these very brutal events recalled by Atley as well, I mean, the very brutal disasters cannot always be foreseen, but what can be foreseen and can be prepared is educate the population to evacuation, to alert. I mean, develop alert systems, educate populations, children at school to be able to evacuate before the typhoon is announced, or in the last hours anyway, even if the alert is given, you know, a few hours before, and to have evacuation centers. Then we come to protection of that population, assisting the population to, I mean, restart at least a provisional life. And there comes the question of how long people stay in transitional situations. Do they tend to come back, or do they tend to move? Definitely this, well, is in my knowledge, is a little bit more difficult to assess. And coming to the global level, I would say that it's still a struggle to have the colleagues, the international community working on climate change and environment to accept addressing that human dimension of climate change, if I can say. I mean, to simplify in a certain sense, all our, you know, colleagues who are working on climate change in every country of the world are you know, environmentalists, people working, I mean, engineers, technicians of that world, or politicians working in that sector. Up to now, their main worry, which is totally understandable, was the impact of climate change and global warming on the planet itself, if I can say, but indirectly it leads to the human beings. Now, I mean, we are in a race against time. We did not have time to alleviate enough the impact of the global warming, and we all have to cope with the impacts on populations. And even now, even after these 30 million displaced persons in 2020, only for disaster reasons, I mean, that community, if I can say, has difficulty in accepting it in its commitments. I mean, we have seen it. We were in Glasgow together. Atley was in Glasgow as well. And Hugo Observatory, I know. We, you know, you have two circles. You have the hardcore, the nuclear power, if I can say, which is the circle of the negotiators, parties negotiating and negotiating harsh for achieving decisions which are as global as possible, commitments and decisions on reducing gas emissions, on a certain number of, technical and economic decisions we know on mitigation, which is difficult, and they are not really ready to add up and to pile up on their concerns the question of addressing migration. So this in Glasgow was still impossible, except one track which was designed in Paris, in COP21 in Paris. Paris opened that window, which is assessing that there are disasters, creating what we call loss and damage. So there had been a certain number of steps before Paris, but then, there was that step taken in deciding that loss and damage was a if I can say, track of negotiations inside the main pillar, which is adaptation. So you do have dedicated discussions and negotiations on loss and damage, with a specific task force which was created, which is extremely useful, which is the task force for displacement, which is feeding, if I can say, the thoughts, of course, of negotiators who are negotiating on the more global aspect, mitigation, adaptation, finance, and the governance of climate negotiations. The only thing, maybe before I stop, I would say about that is that it was a main step to create that loss and damage track, an important step to tackle, and to face displacement linked to disasters, and to try to address the question of loss and damage. But it means it is already too late, if I can say. These populations have already suffered the loss and the damage, and the question now is more on, how to compensate. It is coming for Sharm el-Sheikh, it will come again on the question of the financing of loss and damage. What is now?
Sorry, excuse me, Anne. Could we, if it's okay, because I think I wanted to pick up on one or two of the points you made. Thank you very much for that. And we'll come back to you in a few moments. But thank you. Because I just wanted to pick up on a point you made and put it in terms of Atli's experience within, dating back for a number of years within the international system. And an idea you mentioned about resilience. And I was very interested, I know in some of the work that Atli's organisation has been doing, the idea of resilience has become quite important. I was wondering if Atli could perhaps elaborate a little bit more on the concept of resilience and perhaps relate that also to some of the initiatives that have been taken that might be trying to build resilience. What practical form might they take? So over to you, Atli.
Thank you, Andrew. So that's a large question, and I'm watching the time also. I think in a very simple manner, the best thing we can do is to combat climate change. I think that's a risk driver, and we have heard the evidence, the science is quite clear that risks are escalating because the planet is warming. That leads to all kinds of risks and hazards. And we are, in many instances, beyond adaptation. And this is where, as Caroline said, we are into what we refer to as limits to adaptation or loss and damage. And the last IPCC report has made it clear that we are, in many places, already into soft limits to adaptation. That means we are still some windows of opportunity, but we are also in places where we are hard limits to adaptation, meaning that people may not be able to sustain livelihood in those circumstances. So that's resilience is very much linked to we have to fix climate change. I think maybe back to what we are more focused on the displacement and the disaster side, to just make one strong point that we try to avoid referring to disasters as natural. We say very often that there is nothing natural about disasters. And if you look at the risk of a disaster, it happens because we often talk about the function of the hazards itself, but there might be disasters or hazards that don't affect people. Think about North Pole or an island where nobody lives, so there can be a hazard that doesn't affect people. So you need some other elements. You also need people being exposed to that hazard, and they needs to be vulnerable to that hazard. And we know that certain houses are standing after earthquakes. That's because those houses were better built. So that's resilience for you. We know that certain tropical cyclones will be so heavy and so impactful that the best thing we can do to build resilience is to move people out in anticipation. So good protocols around contingency planning, early warning, early action is also all about building resilience. We know that certain hazards, and this is back to the point, nothing natural about them. They hit certain areas more heavily than others. Poorer communities in a city are normally more vulnerable to flooding than richer part of a city. We know that tropical cyclone season or hurricane season, they start on certain dates and they end on certain days. So we know that there is seasonal possibility to reduce risk and build resilience. And it's also a fact that it should come as no surprise that there will be earthquakes in Tokyo, in Nepal, in Haiti, and in Chile. And it's interesting how some countries are able to have very strong building codes, very strong resilience to these earthquakes, but certain countries or cities do not have that resilience. And it's back to very often poverty and governance. So these are important. I think the best thing we can do is to also recognize that evacuation, and I think Caroline also mentioned that, to move people out of harm's way, it's also a resilient measure, so you can save lives. So these are some of the aspects you can think of disaster. Again, stressing the point, nothing natural about disaster. There are so much we can do to prevent and reduce the risk of them happening, because we can work on the vulnerability side of the equation, on the exposure side of the equation. Do not build in flood risk-prone areas, for example. Don't have human settlements. So there's certain things, or there's quite a lot we can do. And if a community or a society is overwhelmed by the hazard and the disaster, very often saving lives is, you can save lives by evacuating people or move them safely out of harm's way. And that's also resilience for us.
Thank you. I think that really developed that point nicely. And maybe as a final question for the panel, just to go to Caroline. Earlier you referred to kind of fear-based debate, and often fear can be attached to projections of large numbers or fear about how the major destination countries might be affected. So to what extent do you think this is a fear-based debate, and is it possible to think about ways in which the terms of the debate could be changed?
Yeah, I mean, I think certainly when we look at the public debate and discourse, it's a product of how we've campaigned around climate change, because what happened was when you didn't have any action associated with polar bears bouncing on a piece of ice in the Arctic, we had to have a human face, right? There had to be human impact for climate change to matter. And that became migrants. And unfortunately, the way we made it matter to humans was by the scare of migration, right? That migration as a threat. And so we've moved beyond that, I think, in a lot of debates within science, et cetera, but there's still a real lasting impact there. And so that the way to promote climate action is by playing on xenophobia, by playing on fears of migration. But what we see is that's not what happens. People don't act, governments, entities do not act on climate change because they're afraid of migrants. What they do is here, millions and billions of migrants are coming to Europe. We need more restrictive policies. We need more restrictions on migration. So these unintended consequences of, perhaps a certain camp advocating for climate action, using migrants, but not seeing how actually those people become then pawns and suffer more because of that discourse. So the way we need to change that is, of course, by a better relationship between science, organizations working in the field, and public debates, and communication is a simple answer, but it is a strong one. Taking away the abnormality of migration the exceptionalism, and stop treating climate and migration as a problem to be fixed, therefore stopped, but rather a complex, neutral human phenomenon that in some cases is bad and needs to be prevented, and in some cases migration is the solution. As Atle is referring to, and as Caroline has mentioned, that in some cases we need to promote migration. And so it can't be black and white, good and bad, heroes and villains, right? It has to be a more neutral and complex debate.
Thank you. I think that's a really good way to round off the discussion amongst the panel. We've now can open for questions, and we obviously do have questions coming from our online audience. And perhaps maybe immediately go to Caroline Dumas with a question which has come in, which I think relates to some of the points you were just making, which are a question from a member of our online audience. What role do rich countries, such as those in the EU, have to play in compensating developing countries for climate-related loss and damage? What can this look like on the ground for affected populations? Perhaps start with you on that one, Ambassador Dumas, and then maybe come back to the panel as well.
Well, thank you. Yes, there was a commitment anyway taken just before Paris, actually. I mean, in the COP before Paris of, climate finance, putting on the table, $100 billion from the north, from industrialized countries, to try to help countries which are suffering from climate but are not responsible for, or mainly not responsible for, gas emissions. This commitment is based on the very beginning of negotiations on climate change, from the creation of the convention, the UN Convention on Climate Change, which was to recognize the differentiated responsibilities of countries, those which are industrialized, creating more gas emissions, and those which are not, suffering from climate change impacts which are created by the gas emissions produced by the other ones. So it came to that commitment of $100 billion, which is still not, which was supposed to be met actually by 2023. It should be met, if I'm not wrong, 23 or 24. According to, if I can say, good sources, they are late. We know they are late. It was a big discussion in Glasgow, but they should reach that amount. This amount, anyway, even if it is reached of $100 billion next year, everyone knows it will not be enough now to compensate both loss and damage, which is being, created, every week on the planet because of disasters, and the adaptation needs that, action that has to be taken and needs more financing. So actually the problem now is to raise adaptation much more than even it was decided in Glasgow. Glasgow decided to double the 20 million inside the 100, so it comes to 40 now inside the 100, but everyone knows that these $40 billion will not be enough. So the compensation of loss and damage is under discussion, has been under harsh discussion in Glasgow. It will probably come back, but it is, it's more a discussion of the method and where to put that money and how to frame it, if I can say, than a discussion of the necessity to raise that money. So the maybe important step forward taken in Glasgow was to involve others than governments, to involve the private sector, the development banks, the multilateral, partners, to try to all work together to raise more means for compensating loss and damage for the countries who need it.
Great, thank you. And maybe just to say, if anybody in the room has got questions, please indicate, because we'll just put your hand up. But I just wanted to, the second part of the question, which has now disappeared from my screen, perhaps we could get it back, was to thinking about on-the-ground examples. And I was wondering if Atli had anything to add about practical examples in relation to programs or initiatives to deal with or to compensate people and communities that have been affected.
Yeah, thank you, Andrew. I think I just wanted to maybe add a little to what Caroline said, that the issue of loss and damage is one of the most thorny and difficult issues when parties are negotiating climate change action. And one of the challenges is that issue of compensation. And it has been clear that states or parties do not accept compensation for loss and damage. That's been decided in Paris already. And one unfortunate consequence of focusing on compensation is very often that we lose out on a very important discussion on loss and damage, because loss and damage is happening and we can easily pinpoint it in the sense that there is something related to the adverse effect of climate change, and we have to manage it, we have to avert, minimize, and address it. So sometimes the discussion gets blocked because of that compensation issue. Mm-hmm. And Caroline, as a scientist, will also tell us the attribution side of this is complex. You know, how do we attribute climate change to something happening on the ground? And that's why we should be a bit careful of that discourse, because we may not get the policy development we may want. I'm actually coming from a meeting under the Framework Convention in Copenhagen, which is about operationalization of something called the Santiago Network on Loss and Damage. It's very much about, and this is where parties agree. They agreed in Madrid, they agreed in Glasgow that we need to strengthen action and support to avert, minimize, and address loss and damage. And there is discussion, and there are good ideas around how do we then translate action and support on the ground. And maybe if we can de-link it from the compensation debate, we can try to tap into existing funding streams, the Green Climate Fund, Youth Adaptation Funding, vertical funds, and try to really trigger that conversation around the need for financing, but maybe not linking it to loss and damage. I'm saying this because I work for states. That's why I need to say that the issue is complex politically. There is disagreement around that compensation. That's what I'm saying, because I'm working for state. But I also think from a technical point of view, we need to get going on a discussion on what could action and support look like on the ground. And it's very much back to what I talked about earlier. Early warning, disaster preparedness. Try to get your mobility challenges embedded in your national development planning. So if you get that into your national adaptation planning or your nationally determined contribution, you can start to build resilience, and you can try to both avert, minimize, and address loss and damage. So that's my...
Great, thank you, that was excellent. So we have more questions online. If anybody, we only have a few minutes left. I see we have a question in the room as well. So I'll put a question to Caroline, which has come online, and then over to a question from the floor. But the question Caroline can actually read the question, but I'll read it to the audience as well, because we see it on the screen. But the question is, how should we envisage the long-term futures of places which are extremely vulnerable to sea level rise, such as low-lying coastal towns and cities? And how can development in flood-prone areas be prevented where governance structures are weak? So for Caroline Zietgraf, I was going to ask that question. And then we have a question from the floor. So if you introduce yourself as well, please.
Hi, my name is Megan Carney, and I'm a visiting fellow with the Migration Policy Center, and I'm actually working on an emerging food climate migration network and foregrounding critical perspectives. So actually my question relates to recent comments. I'm sort of piggybacking here, but I would love to hear all of you briefly speak to reparations frameworks. So there, as a feminist scholar, many of my colleagues would argue that climate displacement is the most recent iteration or phase of ongoing dispossession, characterizing a vastly inequitable global economic system. So how do we design policies or approach the realm of policy making without allowing those privileged elite economic actors to benefit from ongoing dispossession, from benefiting in context of climate-related displacement, and even making those sites of profit-making?
Thank you very much. We have around 4 minutes left. We've got some great questions, but maybe to start with to Caroline for her response to both those questions, if that's okay, and then we'll go back to our other panelists as well for their responses. So.
Okay. Race. Okay. So how do we envisage the long-term futures of vulnerable, low-lying coastal? So this is not a universal answer because these places are very, very different. They have different economies, different cultures, different relationships to migration. But I will say, to be brief, that in what we have to envisage for the future of these places, for some places, yeah, there may not, it may be a future elsewhere, right? It may be deteriorized states, it may be moving and integrating into other societies. And in some cases, it's just envisaging what we haven't envisaged yet, because one of the things that I witness a lot is that we don't always think of the solutions that people think of themselves. So we talk about a place as being uninhabitable, and then you turn around and all the houses have been on stilts. And so now this place is inhabitable again. So we have to, I think, also think in new ways and innovative ways and look at the solutions that are coming from the ground, not just from the state discussions. Relating to the idea of dispossession and governments and profit, I think I won't make a strong answer to that, and maybe my fellow panelists will, but I just want to bring this discussion back down to the local, because we've talked a lot at the international level, and what we're missing is that a lot of this, again, we've talked about internal migration, a lot of this is happening within countries and has to be about national and local solutions, and why and how do we deal with dispossession in forms of the governments that are seated in different places than where people are affected, or who want to stop migration to their urban centers from rural agricultural areas or from other urban areas, marginalized populations of fishers, agricultures, minority ethnic groups. And so for, again, them, the answer being stop, right? Everything is about stop migration because we are over here in the cities and we don't want it, right? And that relates to the question about development in flood-prone areas. You can't stop it with weak governance, but you also can't stop it when it is the pull, when the people move into these flood-prone places precisely because they are marginalized, vulnerable, informal settlements where they're outside of the eyes of the government, where they are cheaper, and the economic opportunities are there. So you have to also think about this question on the really national level as well and local level, and how these power inequalities play out.
Thank you, Caroline. So maybe next go to Atli, just for, we have 2 or 3 minutes left, so a concluding observation from you would be very welcome.
Thank you. I also want to add what Caroline said on that question, and this sounds a bit policy mouthful, but there is very often an absence of policy framework, for example, around planned relocation or around displacement. I'm a firm believer if you have policies in place, you have safeguards in place, it's subject to public scrutiny, for example, planned relocation, that will protect people better. For example, hidden agendas around coastal development, tourism. We know that that's a huge gap, that most countries are moving populations without any real policy framework in place, which is subject to democratic scrutiny. I see there's a poll question, and that's interesting. So 86% believe that it should be included in international law for people to be recognized as refugees. And I just want to maybe give a little caveat today, and maybe this is the messenger of bad news. One is that there's very little appetite for development on international law in these states. Have been very clear that they do not want to change the Refugee Convention, and there's very little appetite politically to develop new international standards on this. So that's a reality. And the second point is that if you ask people affected by climate change, they don't really want to be seen as refugees. They don't see this as a phenomenon where their state is unable to protect them or where they are subject to violence from their state. They see this as something else, that the reason for climate change sits elsewhere, that the reason or the causes sits elsewhere. So the refugee concept doesn't really work also if you talk to people. The third reason is that let's be careful of touching what we already have in terms of international refugee protection. That's something we have to look at. And the final point is, so what do we do? Let's build on what we have of international standards around human mobility. And I see that we're coming to an end, but there are, for example, in a couple of weeks' time, an International Migration Review Forum on the Global Compact for Migration, and they do address the mobility aspect of international mobility. So that's something we can work on.
Thank you. I'm afraid we've run out of time because we were on quite a strict timetable. I'd like to thank all our panelists for what I think has been a fascinating discussion and for their contributions, which have been really insightful. So thank you for everybody who's come along today, and if you join me in thanking our speakers, thank you.
It is an age of challenges. It is an age of crises. Technology, climate change, migration, justice, democracy, and so much more. The State of the Union is the EU's annual policy conference, and this year it is asking a hard-hitting question. Is Europe fit for the next generation? And no location is more fitting for this inquiry than the Badia Fiesolana in the hills of Florence. It has been the headquarters of the European University Institute since 1972, but the Badia has also been a holy site for almost 2,000 years. The story of the Badia is related to the story of a very unusual monastery. Look no further than to its architecture for clues. Like many monasteries, it had an inner cloister, which represents the Garden of Eden, complete with a tree of knowledge. However, unlike other monasteries, the cloister is not closed off. Instead, it opens up to a terrace, a loggia, typically found in villas. This balcony, overlooking Florence, sent a clear message by design. The knowledge within these walls must reach the world. It is also a sign of how the Badia is inextricably linked to Florence. It is here that in the 15th century, a family of bankers, the Medici, rose to power. Their patronage of art and culture spurred the Renaissance, the Cultural Revolution, that first put humankind at the center of the world. And nothing sums up the spirit of the Renaissance more than this inscription: De victa montis natura, man has conquered the sharp mountain. A way to say that humankind was shaping the landscape according to their own ideas. For Renaissance humanists, this meant striking a respectful balance. The plaque celebrates Cosimo the Elder of the Medici family. It was Cosimo who turned the Badia Fiesolana into a hub of Neoplatonic culture. Its impressive library fueled the rediscovery of the classics and broke the barrier between secular and religious texts. It attracted scholars from all over the world, much like it does today. And just like our scholars, monks and secular intellectuals would be seen here, walking together and discussing the ideas of their time. With the Habsburg dynasty taking over Tuscany in the 18th century, the influence of the Medici family faded. However, the location's love for knowledge lived on. In the 18th century, the Badia was home to the Academy of the Georgophili, Europe's first institute for the promotion of agronomy as a science, a sign of the revolutions of the time. Once again, the Badia became a symbol of man's dominion over nature. However, its peaceful location did not shield it from controversy. Perched between Florence and Fiesole, the Badia was between two powerful sparring municipalities. And trouble didn't end here. Let's have a look at the refectory, a few feet away from the cloister. This 1629 fresco by Giovanni di San Giovanni shows angels feeding Jesus after his fast in the desert. Over here, other angels pelt the devil with stones. And at the centre, Jesus, dressed as a monk as he blesses the wine and bread, just like priests do in Catholic Mass. Now, this might seem pretty innocent, but in reality, it points to a key theological difference between Catholics and Protestants, and one that led to many wars in Europe between the 16th and 17th century. And there's more. It was citizens, the powerful Medici, that made sure the Badia church was fully rebuilt according to the time's architectural trends. It is now a splendid Renaissance church with its simple lines and luminous altar. The Badia survived many more of history's darkest moments and is still loyal to its pursuit of knowledge for the betterment of the world. The second day of the State of the Union takes place in Palazzo Vecchio, a symbol of civic power in the heart of Florence. Once again, the worlds of politics, academia, civil society and business meet here to debate our common future. At the 2022 State of the Union, we are no longer asking if humankind can conquer nature. Rather, we are asking, can humankind conquer the crises it has created? In other words, is Europe fit for the next generation?
Herzlich willkommen zu Euronews. Bienvenue dans Euronews Soir. Comenzamos con los titulares. I'm Tukumbo Solanko with your top stories.
Nos volvemos a encontrar para hacer seguimiento a la actualidad de Europa y del mundo.
Euronews Noite, bem-vindos à edição.
Bonsoir, bienvenue sur Euronews.
Sharing Pan-African stories.
Partagés à travers tout le continent.
And beyond, because
your voice matters.
What does it take to embrace a new world?
You're watching Euronews now, our top story. This is a deal.
Let's find out what Europe has to say. We fact-check, verify and debunk the biggest stories.
The police all deployed down to this side.
Embora sendo uma questão política e se calhar socialmente delicada,
the EU is about to publish its much-anticipated migration pact.
Moskva,
London,
Roma.
Throughout history, was diesen Kontinent so besonders macht.
E 200 metri.
Le plus fort pouvoir d'achat
que permite un mejor aprovechamiento de los recursos.
Do you see yourself as the leader of this movement?
Hello there, and a very warm welcome to this latest edition of Euronews Debates.
I came to Tehran to witness change.
Welcome to Climate Now, our unique monthly update on what's really happening to our planet.
There's an opportunity for me to make an impact. So the important thing is to take action.
And dream big.
I definitely have the coolest job in the world.
Change your approach to plastic waste.
All together, you change the world.
Euronews. Euronews. Euronews.
There are few places in the world that can claim the artistic, the scientific, and the cultural achievements of Florence, Italy. The city's history is filled with discovery, of rule breaking, and changing the way the world is seen and understood. And behind it is the work of the Fondazione CR Firenze, committed to preserving Florence's past while creating opportunities for the future. Today, the Fondazione CR Firenze is a banking foundation, an independent non-profit organisation in its own right, and works for the social and economic development in Florence, Grosseto and Arezzo in the region of Tuscany. Each year, the foundation donates around 55 million euros to initiatives and institutions that share these goals. Its impact is vast. It supports 900 projects every year across 5 different sectors: art and culture, education, charity, the environment, and innovation. Many of Florence's most famous landmarks wouldn't be the same without the support of the Fondazione CR Firenze. These important projects preserve the history and the beauty of the city, like the restoration of Florence's iconic Poggi ramps, and the Villa Bardini and its historical gardens, a cultural centre with spectacular views of Florence. It supports the Maggio Musicale Fiorentino's opera and classical music performances, and the theatre. The foundation also supports Florence's Opificio delle Pietre Dure, which restores masterpieces by some of history's greatest artists, while the works of Tuscan and Florentine artists are honoured in the foundation's permanent collection. In collaboration with the world-famous Uffizi galleries, important works of art from the museum's archives are loaned to towns throughout the region. Millions of euros have been invested in developing a modern digital hub in what was once a former Medici grain store, creating a centre for innovation, business startups, and opportunities for young people. It supports social science research at the European University Institute to help our understanding of international events. While scientific research and development at Florence University is helping us have healthier futures. And it responds in times of crisis, taking action during the COVID pandemic. Almost 200 years after its creation, the foundation continues to help those in need. And in doing so, our community is stronger, more prosperous, and filled with possibilities for the future.
Greater connectivity benefits the greater good, and Qualcomm invented 5G breakthroughs that make it possible. See us where 5G is helping to make manufacturing more productive and less wasteful. Join us in making Europe more connected with 5G.
Sustainability, a strategic choice for Poste Italiane with a full commitment in all processes and projects. A journey that began 3 years ago in order to create a new business culture. Sustainability, the only answer to the multiple challenges facing the market. Forward-looking and committed on reaching the 2050 European Green New Deal. Sustainability, for Poste Italiane, it is the model for creating significant value shared with all stakeholders, increasing reputation, and putting people at the heart of every decision. Prizes and awards drive us forward with great pride and sense of responsibility. Growing responsibly thanks to the decisive contribution of employees to the sustainable success, innovation, digitalization, and social cohesion of the country. This is the guide to achieving the goals in the group's sustainability plan based on 8 fundamental ESG pillars. Among the main goals of the plan, the company intends to maximize its contribution in the fight against climate change. In line with the Paris Agreement and the New Green Deal, Poste Italiane is focused on reaching international goals of carbon neutrality by 2030, well in advance of the schedule defined by the European Union. Poste Italiane is committed to setting climate targets in line with limiting global temperature rise to 1.5 degrees Celsius. Proud to be joining a growing group of leading companies that are demonstrating the highest level of ambition on climate and paving the way for a net zero future. Improving the condition of employees and their families is continuing. For example, the implementation of a new corporate welfare model, workplace environmental monitoring, the reduction of accidents in the workplace. New Integrated Anti-Fraud Platform, PIAF, combining fraud prevention targets with improved customer experience by 2024. 100% ISO 37001 certification for the group by 2022. Ensuring equal pay for equal work is one of the pillars of gender equality. Poste Italiane is focused on reaching the prestigious Equal Salary certification issued by the Equal Salary Foundation, which certifies not only the wage equality between men and women, but also that the company, through its management, has put in place a structured governance aimed at eliminating all forms of discrimination. Poste continues its education and financial inclusion projects within the company and community in digital mode. The company aims to raise customer satisfaction levels by embracing innovative actions such as increasing digital transactions, increasing the number of merchants able to accept CODIS payments, increasing the number of biodegradable payment cards. The company aims to integrate the ESG criteria within traditional investment processes. Poste Vita will include 100% ESG factors in investment products by 2024. Sustainability, our guide for contributing to a better world. Poste Italiane, growing sustainably for a carbon-neutral 2030.
Il sistema TGCOM24 si conferma vincente. È il sistema multimediale di informazione più visitato in Italia. È leader per numero di video visionati e tempo medio di permanenza sul sito. È in costante crescita sul web e mobile con più di 3 milioni di lettori al giorno sul sito. 100 milioni di video visti ogni mese. e 5 milioni di followers sulle piattaforme social. TGcom 24, con TG4, Studio Aperto, Sport Mediaset e il canale All News. Insieme al TG5, colloca l'informazione Mediaset ai primi posti nel settore televisivo. TGcom 24, nel nuovo hub tecnologico dell'informazione. È un sistema unico e vincente.